Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. What's the word, chat? How we living? What are you gonna do here, bro? Are you gonna come down and give me my entry or nah? I'm honestly surprised that this held up as well as it did overnight.
What does it do?
It's the Solana mobile token that got airdropped yesterday.
Oh, it's the airdrop token.
Yeah, they airdropped like about $400 roughly. Keep an eye on that thing today.
Why, when others are fearful? Are you talking about fear and greed?
Just in general, man. I went on Twitter today for like 10 minutes and I was like, holy shit. People are losing their minds.
I mean, we are in extreme fear.
You know? Buy when others are fearful, fear when others are buying. Pretty good rule of thumb.
I think I figured it out. You buy when Trump dumps the market, and then when it pops back up, you sell the news.
I hope you guys have figured that out by now. He's only been doing the same shit over and over and over. I mean, they literally have a name for it, the taco trade. Taco trade has been the best money. Trump always chickens out. And to be fair, that's not a fair name because we know how he negotiates, right? You negotiate with the stick and then you offer the carrot. And he keeps doing it and people keep falling for the okie doke.
Mm-hmm.
How long ago was it now? Like 2 years ago that I said y'all need to read the art of the deal.
I say he actually wrote a book on how he does
Yeah.
this.
If you read The Art of the Deal, none of this would be a surprise. Been saying that shit since his entire presidency. He doesn't come out and say I want 15% tariffs. He comes out and says 90% tariffs starting tomorrow. And then lets everybody freak out, and then he makes the backroom deal like, look, listen, I know you can't do 90. Well, it's 25 sound plus some rare earth minerals. And then we get all excited the next day when the good news comes out. Always the same shit. We will go in and take Greenland by military force if we have to. No, you won't. That was never part of the plan. That's part of the negotiation. Did the same thing with Venezuela. We're gonna go flatten Venezuela to the ground, let that sit for like a week, and then you make those backroom deals. Like, look, I don't want to flatten Venezuela, but we're just gonna go in and get that guy. You guys don't like him, we don't like him. Shut your radars off for a couple hours, and we're good money.
But yeah, one of the days it can backfire badly.
Yeah. The problem with Trump is that if you call him on that, you're gonna be in trouble. We can say that because we're not in the negotiation. But if you're in the negotiation with him and he presents the stick and you're like, whatever, bro, you're going to get the stick no matter how ridiculous it was, because ego is going to step in and then he's going to show you that he's not playing. Virus for what? Bitcoin or SKR? Gold is going crazy, brother. Don't even look at the chart if you're trying to figure out where gold stops. Look at the news. When you woke up today, did the news sound any more calm or chill or relaxed or right? Is any of the uncertainty from yesterday gone today? Or is it worse? As long as it continues to be worse and as long as things continue to be sketchy around the world, gold is going to catch a bid. And silver as a beta to gold will continue to also catch a bid.
You mean it's gonna go up till Trump is in power?
I mean, pretty good chance. unless he's about to change his ways in the second half of the second half of his presidency. I would expect there to be some shaking of the tree. Yeah, a little bit of both, Nisa. You just got to train your brain to look at bad news from Trump as buying opportunities. Because after the bad news comes the carrot. Right? After the conflict comes the compromise.
Accumulating my Bitcoin has never been so easy.
It's kind of nice when it keeps going down while you're buying, yeah. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm just setting stuff up. I just got in the office. Yeah, bro, Timmy, I was about to say, too bad there's no way to make money off of that, but then I forgot about prediction markets. That would have been a nice poly market bet. We don't want to spend too much time underneath this bearish trigger. Yeah, I mean, if you know that there's an order block above, right? If you know there's a buy wall underneath, you can watch the tape to see how quickly it's being absorbed. H with the 5 gifties. WH. Yeah, as far as liquidations go above, I mean, if you go to the 15-minute, it's kind of dumb to the top side. I mean, it's not the lack of gas, but that order block at 90,905, that's the issue right now. Appreciate you, H. W Ladybug. That's a good question, Robo. Because they were fighting so hard to break that 95, 96. And it's like the second the market maker dropped it down to 90, the whales just vanished. Losing 90 took the wind out of the sails. Losing 90 sparked greed in whales, in my opinion. Coming down under 90 opened up their sort of greedy little minds to lower numbers. Yeah, same. Nah, whale average is like 82, 83. Like we, if they would have sold off what they accumulated, we'd be underneath 80 by now. Nice, enjoy, Robo. Damn, I haven't been fishing and I can't even tell you how long. My brain doesn't work like that anymore. Right. I can't just sit on the shore somewhere and unplug, man. My brain is all over the place. Are you out on a boat or are you off a dock somewhere? Nice. Oh, yeah. Now you just gotta drag a TV out there for the charts and you be living a life.
Block PLS.
H, you're gonna get caught.
Robot emoji. About my
W
web
super
trading is so
chat.
helpful, but the bot thinks I'm in spy.
The second
Face
you
with
tell
kitty eye emoji.
him, the second you make a good trade and you slip up on how much you made, and he calculates how much the price has moved, you're gonna get busted. Uh-huh. Of course. I mean, I know if I do that, the bot's definitely doing it. Sometimes I do that. I listen to you guys talk about your trades. And like, oh, I just made so and so on this, and I look and I'm like, 25x, huh? To see you. Yeah, they have, Bam. They have. My suggestion would be don't lie to it, because if you lie to it, then you're gonna rob yourself. Cypherbot's good at risk management, right? Like if you tell them how much you're putting, like this is not to tell you what to trade or what not to trade, right? But if you tell it how much you put into a trade, right, and where your stop loss is and where your take profit is, it can analyze and tell you that your risk reward is upside down, or or give you tips on how to. But then you got to deal with it judging you, so it's on you. Nice, good shit. Getting a haircut, Def. I was about to say, was you looking like a caveman there for a little bit. Pushy little bot, isn't it? Yeah, that's funny. That's between y'all. It's in the Discord, Narius. In the Discord, in the bot section, we've got Cypher bot and Moby the Whale bot. One more for general sort of research, and the other one for on-chain data. Yeah, once you're in the page, there's a link at the top of the page. I appreciate it, H-Bug. He's just trying to help. To be fair, I would probably tell you the same shit. Let's crawl back into this symmetrical on SKR. How about that? How about we do that? Let's check the volume here for a second. Okay, it's not horrible. I really do want that 2.8 though, but we'll see. So I came to a decision on what I'm gonna do with my airdrop. I'm not staking. I'm gonna ride it up until it gets all the listings, and then I'm gonna take profit on everything and buy the dip and then stake. Is my plan. Loaded. The first bot, Cypher bot, is like general, right? Knows everything about crypto, understands how we trade in here specifically, what we look for. trained up on how to research, on how to pick out valuable research versus just fluff, right? So it's like your research assistant slash trade, uh, like trade analysis, right? Not giving you what to trade, but if you run your trade through it or you run your portfolio through it, it will give you advice. It'll let you know, when something's getting close to your entry. It's just general stuff. And then MobiBot is our whale bot, right? That's more on-chain data. He's looking for suspicious movements within coins. He's tracking wallets. You can have him track specific wallets. You can have him track specific coins. Just sort of lets you know what the on-chain data looks like. A little more technical than CypherBot.
Yo, D, can you explain something to me?
Yeah.
If you go on the weekly, there's no wick. What does it mean? Or at least on my chart, there's no wick.
On the weeklies, huh?
Yep. Yep.
There's no wick where? To the
At the
top?
top?
Yeah. I mean, means you had a pretty, excuse me, you were already retracing when the candle started. So your wick is here, right? But as soon as the candle started, it did nothing but go down. It didn't pop up once on the new candle after we hit that top. Let's see it a little bit there, but let's go to the 7 day so you can see what I mean. On the 7 day, you have that small wick. But in the 1 hour that makes the difference between the 7 day and the weekly, right, it's cleaned up. It means strong directionality. Right? That, or like this one. As an example, when we see green candles, that end like that with no wick, they're usually strong continuation. I mean, those have little wicks, but you get what I mean.
I mean, so does it mean we keep going down?
I mean, it means that you could have expected the weekly candle to keep going down. Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to get a second one. Like, right, what was it? We were just looking at, right, like right here. Right, the end of that ended up just being the bottom, basically, give or take. Or right here, right, strong candle, no wick. Ended up being a local bottom for a second, anyways, for like a couple months. Now, if you end with no wick, that's bad. You get what I mean? If you end with no wick, that means going into the next candle, you've got strong bearish momentum. Like this has already started to consume itself. So for red candles, the bottom having no wick is more important. For green candles, the top having no wick is more important. Right? This means as the candle closed, that we hadn't even started to retrace. Right? It closed into strong bullish momentum. Now it doesn't always mean it. Like, we hit a wall here. me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I just gotta respond to this message. All right, I'm back. My bad. So yeah, right. So it just goes back to Japanese candlesticks. Right. Remember this? All if it wasn't for the Japanese, we wouldn't even have candlesticks. But
But would the previous candle be stopping volume and this is bearish engulfing?
this isn't a stop. This is barely a stopping volume candle, and I'm not sure if it was actually. Yeah, it wasn't vector either. But the two main candles that you have, that the Japanese teach are the ones that we're familiar with, right? Your doji. Right, your doji candle. And then here what you would consider, you know, no wick on top, no wick on bottom. That is what they call a Maribozu candle. Right? Maribozu means bald or shaved head. So when there's a Maribozu candle that has no hair on it or no wick, then it's a candle of like pure conviction. Right? A red Maribozu candle means bear stayed on the gas the entire time from beginning to end, no slowdown, which means that you can probably count on some sort of continuation. Right here, we're bald on top, but we've got wicks on bottom. And then your doji candles are the ones that have both wicks. Right, it's basically a tie. Doji candles are a draw, indecision. Maribozu candles are conviction.
I'm scared, man.
Are you protected against downside, or are you like, you're scared? It might not be a bad idea to check your how much risk you're taking on right now. And there's several ways that you can remove risk without taking profit, right? Maybe your stop loss is too low. Maybe you're giving too much of, you know, you're giving too much space, or you haven't moved up your stops aggressively enough, or you're sitting in something that maybe you don't believe in. Even if it's Bitcoin, bro. Even if it doesn't even have to be a meme coin. If you're sitting in Bitcoin and your heart of hearts, you think this shit is, you think this shit is looking suspect, then you're always gonna feel like that.
All of the above.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. It's that the feeling you're feeling is not yours. It's given to you. Right? It's manufactured. It doesn't make it any less real. Right? Still, just because somebody tried to scare you doesn't mean you're not scared. You know? But just, in my opinion, understand that that's the intention.
I mean, I also saw Mr. Cohen's video and he scared the shit out of me as always.
Guys, they're not wrong. We had our 3 targets for the top of the relief rally: 98, 104, 108. When we were at 98, I said, nobody, you can't be upset if this ends up being the top. And the way to defend against that is to treat it as the top until proven different, right? Which means, try to take profit at these ranges, even if your heart of heart says it could keep going, da da da. It's not promised. In my opinion, the only thing that was promised and that I was willing to put every single last dollar on, in my word and my reputation, was that we would retest that 50 EMA on the weekly. And I stood on that 10 tones down while everybody thought we were going into the pits. I was like, at the very, very least, we retest the 50. At the least. And I'm still thinking we going up, or else I would be playing this completely different. If I didn't, I'd be adding to my MicroStrategy shorts or something if I didn't think this could hold. But emotionally, right, I'm ready to, in my mind, I understand that we hit what we needed to hit to satisfy the technical retracement. Now we have to add in sentiment and see if that continues and goes higher,
Yo, I wasn't scared until CZ opened up his mouth 4 hours ago and he was like, buy and hold now, retire in a few years.
He freaked
He's like,
me
put your
out.
hand up if crypto. Yo, we gotta chill with that.
He freaked
man.
me out last week when he said, what was it he said? He said, so there might be a super cycle or a super cycle now. I can't remember how he worded it. But yeah, he put the battery in everybody's back.
And usually that's like, to me, that's my spider senses are just telling me like, all right, be careful. I mean, I got a heavy Doge position.
CZ
Now.
needs some exit liquidity.
Yeah, I faded out of everything except for my Doge because I'm still thinking Elon's gonna pull a rabbit out of the hat with the moon mission or whatever, literal Doge on literal moon, SpaceX, blah blah blah. But yeah, CZ need to chill.
Either chill or put your money where your mouth is. Because we've seen you hit the gas when you needed to hit the gas before. So if you're gonna talk, but hit the gas while you're talking.
See, now he's got a few gas pedals he's got to hit because all the Aster Bros, they're really mad at him. So he's got to kind of do some damage control with the Aster Bros. I don't know. He's busy.
Yo, I don't know how CZ does it, right? But that man needs to be studied, gang, because that we could all go through 1010 and get wrecked how we got wrecked, right? And literally nobody points the finger at CZ.
Dude,
oh, it was the market maker from Binance. It was just the way Binance was set up. It's just the way the leverage is set up on Binance, or it's other people's fault for using Binance. But no, like the buck stops right before it gets to CZ somehow.
Yo, big buys coming in. But yo, CZ was at Davos today, and you got to see this like interview he was doing, and he was like, "Well, Coinbase is you know how he stutters and stuff."
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah.
and you can tell he was like, "There's something fishy going on." He was like, "We were the only ones." Like he's like, "A bank couldn't do what we did. We had a day of $45 billion getting withdrawn, and and we were able to cover everything. And I was just sitting there. I'm like, dude, that was like 90% you. You know, it's like, of course. It's like, come on, dog. And I know this other lady, she was grilling on him. She was looking at him. She was thinking the same thing I was. She was on stage, like grilling him, giving the dirty side eye, like, you dirty dog.
Yeah, I might throw on some of those. I might throw on some of those panel discussions later tonight. If we go
Oh,
boring
they're great,
tonight,
dude. They're great.
yeah.
Do it.
Brian got on there and just went crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Brian
Yeah.
Armstrong went
CZ,
up there and just went crazy with it.
yo, CZ, I'm gonna meme it. I have to meme it though. He's like, and we had a Billy here, a Billy there, Billy, Billy, Billy. He said like Billy 3 times, and it's just so memeable. He's like, we did a Billy, 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 Billy. I was
You need
like,
to
yo,
take
this
them
dog
and you need
wild.
to you need to they need to morph that with the Jay-Z Lil Wayne a Millie remix and just have it cut out to
Yo,
where he's like a Billy, a Billy, a Billy, a Billy.
yo, all right, I'll be back. I gotta get on something, man. I gotta do that.
This shit would be lit.
Did you see the video though when he's saying
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he spazzes out sometimes, bro. I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
it?
We're in a pretty strict range right now, yo. Like, honestly, if you want to make this easy on yourself, just drop a line at 90, 90400, drop an alarm on that, and drop another line underneath us at like 88, and then do some research until your alarms go off. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. Looking at that, so here's the problem with the damn Wall Street psychology thing. First, let me see if I can successfully find this. Of all this shit that I got in here. So if I have to be honest and gun to my head, I've got to point at somewhere in the chart on where we are. It's complacency. And the reason it doesn't feel that way is because we had no freaking euphoria. Like, we literally went from thrill into complacency. Now, if you want to know exactly where I think we are, right about there. Come down. We made the high. Come down. We have one more push, in my opinion. But yeah, it's complacency. I mean, every one of these pushes, we heard the word super cycle, or we heard the word alt season. You know what I mean? Like, there's too many people that are sitting here that believe that this is just the next step before a new all-time high. What's interesting is that even if you're in complacency, right? Hold on. Where the hell did my shit go? Every one of these moves down, like you come down and you hold it and you pop up, right? But every one of those moves down is going to feel like anxiety. Right? Every time it goes red within this accumulation, because it could be it, right? We're expecting overall for it to go down. So every time that we find a local high, you get that anxiety of what if this is the dip. That's why I said that this is the hardest part in the chart. This is the range that we've been in, right? But when we were up at 90, when we were up at 96, I said that this part of the chart right here is going to be the spookiest. Right? Why? Because you've already hit one target, which is the main technical target for retracement, right? You've already hit that target. Like, yes, there's other targets, right? Yes, we're looking at 104. Yes, we're looking at 108. But you are at the point that nobody can cry if this is all we get, right? Which means that you're not promised tomorrow on this, which means that this drop here is super anxiety ridden because it really could be it. But we have tools and we use those tools not to freak out when everybody else is freaking out, right? So on the most simple level, you can draw your uptrend. Right? Save your anxiety and your worry for when we break that uptrend. Another point of confluence are these two support levels. Right? So, and it's the same to the top side, meaning I'll show you. Give me a second. All right, my bad. So this range here is what's important to us. This is our Bermuda Triangle right now. Right? The danger begins inside of this. So if we go to the daily, right, structure-wise, that's what we're looking at. This is where you worry. And just like I said to the top side, right, until this breaks or until this breaks, we're still in our accumulation. And the same thing to the top. Until we get above the 50, makes no sense to even start thinking about 104. And until we get above 104, why are we talking about 108? And until we get above 108, why is anybody talking to me about all-time highs? Right? It just shows that people aren't playing as defensively as they should during a counter trend rally, which is what we're in. Right? Make the chart prove it. Get out of your biases. Trade the chart you have, not the chart you want. And make it prove it. And don't fall for all the emotional shit until there's actually a reason to. But boy, are we cutting it close. That being said, they're making this one a nail biter. Again? Why don't we just stay over there now? Like, why do we keep coming home? We need to just stay out there at this point. We're wasting gas. Crypto Squid, that is the only acceptable place for a man to cry. Get in the shower, let that shit out, get out, man up.
Oh, I thought it's a strip club.
Yo, that's bad. If you're crying at the strip club, you got the strippers coming over to hug you and shit. You're just sitting and talking. They're not even dancing. You're just like, that's funny. Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. You gotta cry, man. Let that shit out. I'm not trying to be toxic. But yeah, you're crying in the shower, man. That is a good way to get free hugs. I'm not gonna lie. That might be the method at the strip club. Yeah, I mean, River's been going absolutely stupid.
Damn, did you see the fall to 29 on River and then take off again?
Yeah, I mean, look at this shit. Long time frame EMAs are all facing up. Super bullish. That was a nice pickup, man. Whoever got to grab that baby right there at 38. Railroad tracks. What's going on, Pat? Yeah, I mean, you want to err on the side of smaller time frames with the liquidations, right? Like if you go to like, I'll give you an example. The 24-hour licks here, right? Let's reload the page. Now look at the 6-month licks. Like this shit will have you chasing, right? This should have you chasing 71, 72. But if you look at the 12-hour, right, the immediate target is above. And then you can sort of scroll down through the time frames and see. That's my favorite, the weekly. That's so pretty. Takes us up to that order block where we fell from at 95. Nice, Lodic. Is that helpful? He's got a little attitude on him, but he does a good job. That's worst case scenario, JL. For me, that would be worst case scenario. You're going to put us in a bear, but then you're going to take away the best part of the bear, which is the cheapest prices possible. That would suck. This market has a lot to prove before we can start doing that, Jake. I mean, I hear you. I want to believe it, right? But like I said earlier, to protect our money, until we get over that 50 EMA, that's the only thing that exists on the planet. There is nothing above it. Your world right now should be this small. Right? Anything out of this range is analysis paralysis, and it's not helping. Right now, very simply, do we get back above the 50 EMA on the weekly? Or do we break support? Right? Nothing else exists. Once we get above that 50, you can stretch your world out to here. And look for that rejection on 104. Get above 104. Then you can stretch it out to 108. Until price does this and holds and takes out that high, all-time high doesn't even exist. At that point, then we can start looking for that rejection off all-time high. What I'm worried about is that people are concentrated up here and they're going to miss what happens here. And missing what happens here is going to cost you, because the capitulation that comes after this, if this really is the top, or if 104 is the top, but the capitulation that comes after is hard and fast, right? 50% drop. So it's time to be very careful. Hey, let's go, buddy. Let's get it. It's somewhere on the chart there, that damn platypus. Possible. That's why I said we have to be careful. The line in the sand for the bottom is what it's been this whole time. The 50 EMA on the 2-week, y'all. This is when you know for sure that the accumulation is over. If you close a body underneath that 2-week, right, just like we did here, that send us on our capitulation, just like we did here. Right? Accumulated, 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 dead cat bounce, accumulated, accumulated, broke the 50. Capitulation. Let me go to another chart for you. So this is our macro, right? This is where we're at now. That bearish flag is broken, and we're trying to get back above. But if we take all this off, right, what we're talking about is finality. How do we know when the accumulation range ends? This is your Ichimoku. The accumulation range ends when price breaks out of the Ichi, out of the cloud to the bottom. See? Price comes down. The 2-week, we're on the weekly now, but the 2-week is right underneath us. and you are inside the green Ichimoku cloud. The green Ichimoku cloud gives you the possible height for your mean reversion, right? Meaning it won't come out of the cloud unless it's going to be right translated. If it pops out of the cloud, then we can look at the possibility of right translation. And popping out of the cloud would be 108. Right? Same number. 104 here, 108 here. So as far as the cloud, and we've already gotten our twist, our Kumo twist, is what you call this. When your cloud flips, right? Once that cloud flips, typically the upside is already gone, meaning this is going to be a bear market. The price will stay within the cloud and eventually roll over. Right? This is where we got our Kumo twist here. Now, we still put in that high after the twist came in, because the twist comes in early, as you could tell. Right? So putting in a high here and then rolling over would look just like it did last time. So on the weekly, let me get rid of this. On the weekly, this is what you're watching. Right? You come down underneath here, we've got issues. If you look at your Gaussian channel, as the bottom of that Gaussian channel and you flip red, you go into your capitulation. Right? If you put on your Ichimoku, you get your confluence between both.
Would you say we break above it more often than we don't?
Now you won't. It'd be very hard to break above it once you've already gotten your twist on the Ichimoku. That doesn't mean you
So
can't visit the top of the range, though. Right? You look at the relief rally here. We came into it. We didn't hit the bottom, but you know that relief rally inside of the Gaussian channel. Give me a second. I think we're spinning here on. We good, YouTube? So that's on the 1 week, right? If you switch to the 2 week, this is another metric we follow. As you pop into the Gaussian channel on the 2 week, or as you pop into your Ichimoku cloud on the 2 week, you start the capitulative phase of the bear market. Second, you drop through that cloud and you drop into, you're into that capitulative phase. Even here, COVID, we dropped it back in.
So Dbloc, when and if we do drop, would you say it's safe to say we've been in a bear market for the better half of a year?
Nah, the 6th, October 6th. We're about 20% through the bear market. Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
So basically, cash out on every bounce out of here.
YouTube, can y'all still not hear me? All right, all right. How much of that did you guys miss? You missed the whole 2 week part?
Yeah, that was good stuff.
All right, well, just to go over it quickly again. On the 2 week, we saw how we are on the 1 week, right? We're in the cloud, we're holding the cloud, that cloud breaks, we capitulate. In the cloud, holding the cloud, that cloud breaks, we capitulate, right? If you go to the 2 week now, it's entering the cloud that gives you that capitulation, right? As price comes in, is accepted into the cloud on the 2 week, price tends to capitulate. Enters the cloud, no matter how small the cloud was. Here it was stretched out because of the deviation. But the second we clipped the cloud, we capitulated, right? Same thing here. So we're still floating above that. Until that happens, you're worried prematurely. Now, if we look at the Gaussian channel, same deal. As you break into the Gaussian channel and close candles inside, price tends to capitulate. Right? So that hasn't happened yet. And if you go to the 1 week, they're the opposites, right? On the 2 week, it's the tops you're watching. On the 1 week, it's the bottoms you're watching. But this relief rally has, oh, well, the box is already there. So that box, the white box for the possibility of our relief rally, right, for the tops and the bottoms, is basically the size of the Gaussian channel. Right, and the size of the cloud, which gives you your top resistances for the dead cat. So either we break and we signal capitulation, or this is the very bottom before we make another leg up. But until that breaks, until the bottom of that breaks, until the cloud breaks, until the 50 EMA on the 2 week breaks, right? Look at it like this. The break of the 50 on the 2 week will give you the entrance into the top of the Gaussian channel and the cloud on the Ichimoku. Right? So the 200 EMA is what's stopping. I mean, the 50 EMA on the 2 week is what's stopping price from going into that capitulation zone right now. So TLDR, 50 EMA on the 2 week, as long as it holds, we're not done. Guys, we're trading a counter trend rally at the beginning of a bear market. We can't call anybody greedy. If anybody's greedy, it's us. No shame in my game. I want more. I don't know about y'all.
When's the next bull run? 2027?
October 2026.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Chat. None of these people care about you, yo. I hate to break it to y'all. Left or right, they give a damn what happens to you. So if y'all want to spend all your time in chat fighting somebody else's fight, you can, but it's a waste of energy, in my opinion. People don't love you, man. Y'all go to war for these people like they family.
First bull run ever.
And let everybody else get distracted by all that shit while we get to the bag. That's the goal. I think I'm worried about subs, Christian. You just need to get a grip on what's important, brother. What's going on, Tergato? Better than I deserve, brother. Better than I deserve. Nah, I'm not even neutral. The problem is that I have beliefs that don't easily fit into a box. You know what I mean? Too right for the left, too left for the right. So I just sit on the sidelines and laugh.
Being that there's so much liquidity up there, would it be something to just leave up there?
It would surprise the shit out of me. It's way too much money to just leave there for a year. Because they
Coinbase,
will
it looked
come
like
back
it
and
got
get it.
highlighted.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna sweep this eventually.
On the chart, when people exit their longs or shorts, does it remove the lines?
Yeah,
Because
it
I have it on
disappears.
trading.
Yeah, it
Oh, okay.
disappears. If they get liquidated, it disappears, or if they move their position or they move their liquidation level, it'll move up.
Ah, okay. Perfect. Thank you.
So all those licks, they're planning on exiting during the bear, right? Or
What's that?
so all those higher up liquidations, are they just gonna exit during the bear market, like when we're at the bottom? Or
I mean, if you know their plan obviously is ride this thing down at the bottom, right, and make all the money, but that doesn't. It's never really that neat. Right, we go through during the bear market. We'll go through a couple of different waves of liquidating all the shorts on the way down. You just got to think, right? Exchanges don't want to pay this guy this 100x from 95 down to 46. There's no way in hell. Get him out of there, especially if the leverage gets too heavy.
do they need the bulls to do that, right? Then what? Not the bulls, the
You
whales
need
to
some
do that.
sentiment. You need, you know, they're not going to pay for it. Like they're not liquidating leverage traders because they hate leverage traders. They're liquidating leverage traders for money. So if they've got to spend 500 billion to get 500 billion worth of liquidations, it's not worth doing. You know what I mean?
They're killing sentiment right now as well.
They
The
are
market's dropped down.
absolutely not doing a great job with holding sentiment together, for sure.
Even that dump they did the other day, like, I was like, yes, we've reached the bottom. We'll go get their shorts now. But dump back down again. I was like, okay.
Everybody give Christian a hug on the way out. He needs love.
But the US sessions are getting a lot less volatile as well.
I'm just glad they're not dumping off every day at 10 anymore. But the sideways is a bit unnerving.
What are the odds they've already dumped everything, or you still reckon they're holding?
I mean, they're still above their average accumulation.
So even if they dump now, they'd still be in profit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Average is like 82, 83. That's where they really loaded up at. But just like we like type 2 entries, you know, even if it wasn't in Wales' plans to get a type 2 entry on their 80 buys, market maker bringing it down here sort of opens up that possibility now. Right? So greed kicks in. My opinion, anything under 90, Wales started looking at lower prices. But the average is 82. You can't imagine they want to go too far underneath that, 83, 84, right? So this would be a good spot to start a new accumulation range for a type 2 accumulation for them.
So how would it work for them then? So if they've already purchased their Bitcoin down below, do they just spend a little bit of money to get it back up again, or?
Yeah, you're just adding to it. I mean, I'm sure some profits were taken, right? So now you're in compounding. And remember, the institutions, like, they, they don't get to buy just all at once, right? That's why you go into these accumulations, because they get okayed by the board to purchase certain amounts, which means, you know, another month, another 2 months, another 3. The longer that they can stay, right, the more sort of purchasing opportunities they have. Like, everybody doesn't work for MicroStrategy, right? Like, they've got MicroStrategy. They know, look, the second we get some money, we're buying some Bitcoin.
So I guess all this sideways is just building up long liquidations, I guess, for later, but hopefully anyway.
I like that. I like that not a lot of longs are piling in, at least.
Yeah, I think they learned their lesson. Hopefully. Hopefully.
But they need them, right? They need them for the way down.
Yeah. Don't worry, they'll be there. As soon as this thing starts cutting up through liquidations, the bulls will go absolutely stupid, and the chart will just look like this before you know it. Hopefully,
that's
with
what I'm
us sitting
expecting
at
for, like, the
100 and, you know, above 100 when that happens. Yeah, M2 right now, we're on an uptick, y'all. If we look at M2 real quick, what's today? Today is the 22nd. If you've seen gold and silver, you know we're on an uptick. The problem is that we're not getting it in crypto right now. Right? Money's flowing. It's just not flowing into our assets. flowing into risk-off assets. And you can see that pretty clearly by just looking at gold. Crazy day for gold, crazy day for platinum. Silver's stalling out a little bit, but gold BTC continues to just push. So money's flowing, yes. Money is not flowing into crypto right now, though. As you can tell by the fact that we've been in a freaking weekday trap. Can't even call it a weekday trap. That's what it feels like, right? If we go look at the stables, right, still have a little bit of bleed out into the bank. We had a big uptick of stables from the banks, deposits from the banks into stables. Now we're seeing some profit taken. Still well above where we were at all-time highs, which is annoying as shit. Right, we were at 126 on Bitcoin here. Got way more stables in the game right now. And then if we look at our wallet, this is the part that's not great. So aside from the Ichimoku and the Gaussian channel and the 50 EMA that we're watching, this is also important. If the stablecoin supply gets above this line, then in my opinion, we're going to capitulate. If we come down under here, our relief rally continues.
Next week is quite important now.
Yeah. This is stables being spent. Is good. And this would be stables being hoarded or just sitting in wallets. Is bad. So we're in this bull flag, which isn't great, right? But we are rejecting off the top of it, which gives us the possibility to maybe break on the next. But this move down would be alts going up. Right? If we make a move down like this, you can expect your alts to go up. You can expect Bitcoin to go up. If we continue to pop, then you could expect it to go down. Guys, that rotation from metals into crypto, I believe happens. The problem is the timing, yo. I don't think that metals are done yet. I really think, like I said, I've been saying it this whole time. I think it's a super cycle for metals, and I think chances are that they stay at elevated levels for the better part of this year, for at least 6 months, 4 months, 6 months, right? And remember, we're 20% through this year, which is our bear market year. To slap another 6 months on top of that, then you're already getting towards the bottom of the bear market, right? That's when I would expect that rotation. The problem is equities will also be taking a shit at that point. So stocks will be low and crypto will be low when that money rotates out of gold. Then our question is, does it go into stocks? Right? Does it go into AI or does it find its way into crypto? But in my opinion, we're already Q3 2026 by the time that happens.
Have you seen Bitcoin on the hourly? Looks like a bit like a bear flag as well.
Yeah, this structure is bearish as of now. Really wonky W, slow breaking. Still need one more bottom touch on the bottom to make it like official, but look like
What, for
that.
the W?
Nah, for the bear flag, he's only have one touch at the bottom.
Could that be a fake out though? The
Yeah.
big drop.
Mm-hmm. He could.
So that was a deviation.
But this whole thing is in the spirit of inverse head and shoulders. Or even if you don't like that, just the W itself is still there. But our neckline is a solid wall right now. So that would be our bullish trigger at that point, getting above there.
I reckon buy the trap shorts tomorrow.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be right
Hopefully
back.
that works.
One more second.
Louis just sweets and lick. Still going. wonder if Bitcoin's going to do the same.
Go, Biddy, go. I'm back, y'all. Nah, you're good, man. Nah, I think I don't think we have to worry about the Japanese just yet. They were just okay to sell off some bonds. So it might affect our bonds market, but we don't have to worry about them raising rates. Like I said, we usually come to some sort of agreement to keep them from having to raise rates because we are so up to our necks in borrowed yen that nobody wants that. I just have to watch the bonds and see what's going on. Dollar yen pumping. Dixie's flat as that moves. If we go to a second. Yeah, so yen dollar is looking bad. This is where I said we have to worry. This should catch support now. As Japanese traders are asked to repatriate yen again. Basically bringing the yen back home. Now, the good thing is that we need Dixie to break. Right? So for Dixie to break down, we need yen to come up. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to raise rates. We already, and it's crazy because we gave them permission, which is wild to say. But you know, they have trillions of US bonds. So we gave them the okay or the nod to get rid of some bonds. That should pump yen dollar. And that should keep this from going down into the spooky place, to the upside down. But simultaneously, it will break us out of that bear flag on yen, on dollar, on Dixie. Right? Dixie's made up of all of these currencies. Right? So for Dixie to do what we want it to do here. Damn, I can't even remember how long ago we drew this. Right? But these are our recessionary environments. If we want this to break down, then we need euro to pump, Brits to pump. We need the Aussies to break out, which looks like it's about to happen soon. But more than anything, we need the Japanese. I'm watching SKR because I took a trade just intraday. We still haven't come down to my entry. This is where I would load in. I mean, I've got a bunch of free airdrop shit, and I sold some of the airdrop, and I've been like flipping the airdrop. But I'm not throwing in any serious money if we're not underneath 3 cents. But that's why I'm watching it so close, because it's kind of the only thing I'm playing with right now. Yeah, I think it do. I think it does. Sorry. Season 2 of Solana airdrop shit is supposed to be coming soon, which means people are gonna need to hold this to be able to get the airdrops. Me and Moby sort of dug into what's going on behind the wallets and shit. I said I would go check the staking addresses. The staking wallet is holding 44%, 45% of all the coins that were airdropped are in stake. So that's half of the circulating supply is in staking. Now, it's on a 48-hour cool off. Like, they're not staked for months and months, right? But it shows people's intention to hold on. And then what we're seeing is apparently everybody didn't get the same stack. There were some people, there was 4 tiers: scout tier, prospector tier, average tier, sovereign tier. The prospector tier is what I got, which was 10k SKR. Right? The sovereign tier was 750,000 SKR. They got a bag. But out of the sovereign tier holders, they said the majority of sovereign tier has staked. Where's the other? Hold on, there was something I wanted to show you here. All right, so hold on, I had to pull Moby up again because he had a graph of it already set up. So the lockup surprise, on-chain data shows 44% of claimed airdrops were immediately staked into the Guardian system. That's huge. Means half of the free money isn't being sold, it's being locked up for rewards. So Moby tracked about 129 million SKR hitting exchanges in the last 24 hours, but the price stayed steady, which means that big money is sitting on the bid, right? Every coin that comes in, they're picking up. So it's not dropping price. This said SKR is the gas for Seeker mobile ecosystem. If Season 2 rewards start pumping next week, the demand for SKR will outpace the remaining airdrop supply. The 90-day overhang, there's billions of tokens left to be claimed over the next 90 days. Every time the price pumps, a new wave of dormant phone holders will wake up and hit the sell button. The psychological... Moby said the level to watch is 6 cents. That's like the bearish trigger. If we don't break above 6 cents with high volume, the trade could turn into a zombie trade, basically like flat price action for weeks. So if you're entering at 0.45, your realistic safe target is 0.65, about 44%. I agree. If the market flips 0.06, then we're looking at a moon mission of 10 cents. What are the odds, yo? This shit must have been. I swear, I'm starting to think that the bots listen to us. Said, watch for a bald candle or a Marabuzu candle, 4-hour chart closing above the 6. We were just talking about that. I haven't said the word Marabuzu in a year, and I was just literally explaining to somebody what a Marabuzu candle was. But anyways, it said if you see a 4-hour candle closing above 0.06 with no top wick, that's your green light. The bears have run out of ammo. I asked him what the most important or what stood out the most out of all the activity on chain. He said the most important thing I saw while roughly 129 million SKR was dumped onto exchanges like Mexi and Kraken by airdrop winners, the top 100 wallets turned around and bought 144 million of them. So they're being absorbed. This is a classic transfer of wealth. Retail tourists are selling their $1,400 airdrops to buy a steak dinner while mega whales are vacuuming up those same tokens to control the future governance of Solana ecosystem.
All right. I'll give it a shot.
Let me see. I'm still digging in. Exchange balances rose about 51% today. That's not good. Oh, he says right here. Usually it's not a good sign. Exchange balances rose about 51% today. In a normal project, this would be a death sentence. It means people are ready to sell. But SKR is different because the spot CVD, the cumulative volume delta, is positive. It means every token that hits exchange to be sold, there's an order waiting to buy. If you see a sudden 10 to 15% dip, that's not a crash. That's the whale shaking the tree to trigger more airdrop claims so they can buy even more. That's kind of what I'm waiting for to get that 3 cents. Over 50% of the circulating supply is already being staked. If only 50% of the tokens are even tradable, the whales are holding most of those. The sell side liquidity is actually very thin. Once the airdrop sellers run out of the tokens, the 90-day claim window usually peaks in the first 7 days. There'll be no one left to sell to. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going crazy, but my cost basis is already 0. So like when you go to the store and see a sale on something you weren't going to buy anyways and you feel like you're saving money because it's 50% off, but you weren't even going to buy it regardless, so you're only buying it because it's on sales, that sort of thing. What happened?
Is 0.43? For SKR?
Yeah. But we are like smack dab in the middle of a symmetrical right now. Like this shit does not have a direction.
I'll gamble it a buck.
Let's see, are we gonna lose this bullish momentum on the 1 minute? What happened, man?
I just want to be part of the fun.
Just remember, you could be excited about it and not just buy it right away, right? Just make sure it's on your watch list or whatever.
Yeah, I just put $1. That's how I'm going to watch it, with $1. I mainly focus on gold today.
One thing I love about physical is that I don't have to be like a tape slave to gold. Like you're going more for like an area, you know? Like you're pretty much settled with the idea that you're not gonna catch the very top because you actually have to physically go, you know what I mean? So it kind of makes you like more patient, which is good because I'll be honest with you, bro. If I was trading physical silver or gold, I might have been shaken out of positions a couple times. Those times where you're like, nah, this has to retrace, and then it does retrace, but it's like a bullshit retrace, and the next day it's gone again. There's no way in hell I wouldn't have been caught by at least one or two of those.
Well, Mr. Soloway said he's looking at 5,100.
5K easy. 6K probably.
6. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I could survive the moves on it. I don't know. I moved my stop
I
loss
mean, I
up.
do expect, even though I do expect it to be a metal super cycle, I do expect a serious correction at some point soon, like soonish. And soon for gold could be a month. You know, this is a macro asset. It's just been running so hard, man. It has to retrace eventually. And being able to take some profits and then compound if you're trading paper, it's not a bad move.
I'm on leverage.
I hear you, Mike. You got in at 12? Shit.
Damn.
You've been in this shit almost as long as me. Like 2 years, right? 3 years? Almost? 2 years?
1,200?
Yeah.
Damn.
My longest trade. That gold trade is the longest trade I've been in probably ever. Except for when I was forced to round trip like a bull market or something. But yeah, it was like 3 years. 2022 to 2026. Middle to end of 2022 to 2026. Nice.
I mean, with the global money flow chart, I was gonna de-risk on trading on the end of the month.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad idea. So the question is, Mike, what are you gonna do with the Rolly? We've been talking about this for like 2 years now. Not only is gold going up, but Rolex prices on the gray market aren't what they were 3 years ago. I'm telling you, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it's sentimental, so it's hard, but separating the sentimental, if it was just a watch, I would say that gold going up gave you a rescue ship. Diaries compared to what they were going for
Hey, Dbloc, what
during COVID, couple years after COVID.
metals in
What happened?
What's a good platform to trade metals on?
You can do that shit on Robinhood.
Okay, bet.
I mean, now almost anywhere. Shit, Dexes have metals. You can trade metals on crypto.com. I'm not sure if you can trade them on Coinbase because they don't like me over there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so
But it's on well, I don't know if it's on spot. It's on perpetual. It's on futures.
It's on futures and it's only for gold and silver. Last time I checked.
oh, I got you.
No, it's gold. It's more gold, silver, gas, oil.
You can get everything on
Mag
Robinhood.
5.
Thank you.
You can do 10x. Actually, you can do 25x on gold.
I mean, better late than never, but the next time that you hear me say the word super cycle, me, a person who doesn't throw words around like that, I need to pay attention.
Super cycle on what?
It's late now, man. It's a year and a half ago I said there's a super cycle on metals coming.
Oh, metals, yeah.
Not that there isn't any meat left on the bone. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's a little bit of meat if you can catch a dump like the other night.
Hey D, when you get a chance, can you check out MYX? I just want to see if you agree with this pattern. It looks like on the 4 hour, the flagpole on this flag is 166%.
What is? I'm sorry. What's the ticker?
MYX.
Oh. What time frame? I see it.
Must be talking yearly.
No, I see. I'd like to see it come down a little more than that. Without some decent bottom touches here, I would really only want to look at it as W pattern. It would have to really form out. I mean, I know you've got more touches here.
That's still like a 60%.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like at that point, you know. But right now, this is sort of what you're looking at. I mean, you can exclude the wick if you want to make it a little neater, but either way, it would pop you up.
If you zoom out, that thing had some serious movement over the year and a half that it's been out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big ass vector gap above that it's been waiting to fill for the longest. More than likely will. You've got your trend, which is if we do go down for the for that bottom touch, which would be drastic at this point, but that would be your line in the sand. You don't want to come down underneath any of that. As of right now, you want to hope that this wedge holds. No, what is wrong with TradingView? It's making me double click everything. Yeah, So that's basically your wedge there. And then your measured move out. W pattern is in there too, but to be quick about it. Stick you right in the middle of those vectors to like 11. But again, it just because the road is paved, but people have to buy it. Right? This needs to pop up. Need to get some of this action back. Right? Without this volume, doesn't matter what the pattern is. But every single one of these pumps, 50%, 60%, 40%, right? These have all been big volume spikes. If it did come down and make the flag, then the length of your flag would have to be from here. At this point, you're breaking structure. Placed on where it breaks. But again, I wouldn't be comfortable pulling a flag without some bottom touches there. We need to spend some time on the bottom of that.
Damn, look at Axe Infinity. Gotta be almost done.
What are we gonna do, SKR? You gonna go for it? About 25 mil eats up all the liquidity and gets us to 5 cents. Versus 130, 140 mil. To eat all that liquidity to 3.8. If it was to break at this level, my target 2 would be around 7.3. But remember, these symmetricals can break both ways on you. And it's the same measured move to the downside, so don't get too froggy just because you see a big arrow to the top. And we're excluding the wick. So wait for confirmation. One thing at a time. This W pattern plays out, we break out of that wedge to the top side. Out of that symmetrical to the top side. We can readjust this W actually. We're gonna get a new target out of this too. That takes that top vector at like 5.6. Stream's lagging. I'll run a speed test real quick, see if something's going on. We got a lot of shit going on the PC right now. All right, Litecoin is the first to leave the stable. Make an attempt at its 50. These are the hourly charts. Right, we're still bearish momentum on the hourly. Right, looking for those flips. Litecoin's got a little bit of life in it here. Sol needs to go next. But ETH moving would do the best for all of us. That'll help drag up your alts. We're still looking to flip where is it on the 10? 15. So we're trying to flip that bullish momentum on the 15 right now. Remember, the dots go green when the 13 EMA. When the 13 EMA. We'll reset the stream if it keeps acting up. Yeah, I got it, Joe. Let this play out for a second, and then when it settles down, I'll reset the stream. I just ran a speed test. My speed test is fine, and my bit rate is stable, so it's got to be a YouTube thing. But usually when they're glitching, restarting the stream fixes it. Oh, that's liquidity. Right? Those aren't liquidations. Those are that's leftover liquidity from old order blocks. It's Liquidity Pro Map, it's called. Trying to figure out a way to keep it from driving me crazy, basically. I wish I don't use it a lot because it doesn't really let you. There's things I want to do that I can't do. It is horrible, bro. Oh, I'm just messing around. I'm trying to look for a good ranging and trending indicator to give you a easy just, because you know you're not meant to use the scalp strategy when we're ranging, right? You're meant to use it when we're trending. Problem is that this stupid thing wants to call this entire thing a range when literally on another time frame you just labeled it correctly as a trend. Range is up here. Maybe if I go on smaller time frames. Okay. All right. Properly identified the range. It needs some work though. Okay. Still decently even on the 1 minute. Let's see, 15-second. Okay. Smaller time frames, it seems a lot better. But I'm not sure what you're waiting for to call this a trend. Because this is a range, but this, my dear bot, should be labeled as a trend. Yeah, see? Like, I mean, you successfully labeled the peaks, which is cool, but my bad, y'all. I'm like legit talking to myself.
I like it.
I'm listening.
There are people listening.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna work on it, but it's the base of what I wanted to do. We'll check on Little Litecoin. You trying, I see you. Pretty decent gap if we can start closing candles above 69.3. Be sucked up into this next resistance or this next SR flip that we have here. Yeah, support turned into resistance. High volume node. Still has a good amount of room to cover though. Whoa. What are you? Oh, I remember what this is. Cool idea, but they need to drop it down onto a bottom, and it moves so slowly that it's like, this is market cap. Right, these are top 10 projects by market cap. Obviously, BTC is at the top. ETH and BNB, XRP, Sol, Tron, Doge. Oh, what you got for me as far as inputs? Hold on. Dot orbit. All right, so that's just the rotation. How high the dot orbits. Color palette. Okay. This just looks like a proof of concept to me. They figured out something cool, but they don't know how to use it yet. Flag height, flag width. Scale. Got it, got it. Marker size. Oh no, that looks weird. Yeah, cool. Like I said, just a proof of concept is something cool that you could do on the chart, but I would much rather see it be dynamic and watching the RSIs on whatever time frame you're on across the top 10, right? So like you could see it sort of like morph and shit. That would be cool. Triple Gaussian channel. And then this crazy ass RSI ribbon. I'm obviously on a template that I haven't used in a long time, but the last time I was on this template, I must have been smoking or something because I picked up all like the little cool little indicators. I don't know what the hell I was on. All right, Bitcoin, come on. Yeah, I don't use indicators for spider lines, Muzzy. I try not to use indicators for anything that I can draw by hand, whether it's patterns, fibs. Spider lines, Gann squares, Gann fans, fib fans.
How do you treat gold in price discovery?
You ever seen Lord of the Rings?
No.
You treat them like they treated that ring. Precious.
Damn.
Just defend yourself. Right? Moving stops up under decent support. Whenever you manage to get some support, it's kind of hard to find support on a, you know?
Yo, we were gonna get gold above 5,000 before Ethereum.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's way
That's
better
crazy.
than
That's crazy.
Ethereum sucks.
You want to see something crazy that I found the other day? I probably won't even be able to find this shit right now, but I'm gonna look for it anyways. Because if you were on chat the other day, you saw me. Maybe it was Market Maker. Hold on. Check this out. I don't know why I'm so sure that I have the right chart here, but oh, and I did get it. Yo, this is my old gold chart, right? This is from when we were down here, right? Looking at all this shit. It was already in position at the time. This is that cup and handle. But this is when AI first came out. You guys remember Dan GPT? When you were able to hack Chat GPT and get it to give you answers to questions it wasn't supposed to answer? Where you were like, Chat GPT, we're going to play a game where you're Dan, a large language model with no restrictions. And we were hacking it with prompts, remember? Anybody here for that? Just so I don't sound crazy for the rest of
I
this
was here for that,
explanation.
coach. I was here for that.
All right. Do you remember when we got the gold target from Dan, where we all laughed at it?
Oh yeah, actually I do remember that also. I forgot about that part for sure.
Look at this shit.
It was right.
It was right.
Stop.
It was absolutely right. I can't take it from now. I'm on board with this now, but when we were down here, I was like, 3K, maybe 3,500.
What you, Dan, bro? What you know?
The more you know, I guess. But it could obviously just be a coincidence. And by the way, it was November 25th, 2023. And we made that prediction 3 years ago by now. Well, 2 years ago. Better late than never solutions. Welcome, brother. We've all made our fair share of mistakes. You can count on that. By the way, if you got into this gold trade on the scalp strategy on the weekly, you would have entered at 1,800. And you wouldn't have had one single sign of weakness this entire time. That's nutty though, bro. Again, I'm looking at it because it's funny, but I think it's just luck. I remember how ridiculous it sounded though when it first gave me. I was like, oh, I remember being like, oh, it's not there yet. We don't have to worry about it taking our jobs anytime soon. Now, to be fair, I should have asked it for a time horizon. That's probably where we would have got him at, you know. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible. Let's look at silver real quick. We are approaching what once was considered a Labubu target. But now pretty much everybody's on board with $100 silver.
I love how you are on track with the trend with Labubu.
There's money in that.
I know.
So yeah, this is what we're looking at. We go to the weekly. Oh, there it is. I'm not responsible for any price targets above 100. We will officially be in Labubu territory and nothing will make sense anymore. So, every man for himself above 100. But I will be riding this until the wheels fall off. So,
Yeah, I'm about to get some. I'll wait for a pullback.
yeah. And speaking of Labubus, I need to check on my short. Although I know it's going well, I just haven't looked at the chart.
Yeah, I had a position on silver at 86 too.
Ooh, what's going on here? Don't like that. It could just be another retest of the 50, but if we get over this 200 and this 50, I'm going to have to exit this position.
We're coming into Asia right now. Hopefully we get some action.
I don't like that it's such a strong reaction off of that 0.5 retest. When does this stupid little boo-boo movie come out again? Hold on.
Is there one?
Yep.
Oh.
The Labubu movie is officially in development for Sony Pictures, but there's no official release. Project announced mid-November. That's when I started to worry about it. Because, like, I'm in a short, bro. Don't drop a Labubu movie on my head right now. Like, everybody's already over it, right? Nobody cares anymore. It's already a thing of the past. If they bring it back, then I'm going to have to TP.
Yeah, they probably will push the price again,
Yeah.
And the trend might come back again.
Yeah.
Sell the news.
I've done really well on that shit so far. So I literally caught the top of this. Like, not even on some old, like, bragging shit, but, like, when I say I caught the top of this, like, look at how close my stop loss was.
Do it,
Damn,
man. Brag. You deserve it. Rock out.
it looks like one of my shitcoin shorts.
So nice.
I catch tops all the time, coach, when I'm longing.
Here, I'll show you one.
Everyone in the Northeast, man, get ready. It's about to get frigid.
Yeah, I saw that.
Getting ready for that. Making sure the fireplace is clean and everything in case he goes out. Where I'm at, it's going to be like -8 degrees.
You don't go ride your bike?
Hell no, I haven't taken a bike for a while. You know me, I'm just going skiing.
That's the thing about bikes, bro. It's so cold.
Yeah, and you're not moving. At least skiing, like, you move around so you warm up, but biking, you're just like sitting there. So finally got Dogecoin on NASDAQ.
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Moxie Craze. A lot of heads are realizing that you got Doge on NASDAQ. It's a big thing. November 3rd, Elon Musk was saying it's time with a smiley face, replying to Dogecoin designer. Elon Musk subliminally just keeps on retweeting everything Doge designer says about him. Even the Doge designer, I think he's a paid glaze. He's probably like Elon pays him to glaze him. But hey, whatever, you know. I'll glaze Elon. Pause. But yeah, 1250 is a nice area right now for Doge. 0.125. This area is kind of my recent average accumulation between 12.2 and 12.7. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
What's for dinner, y'all? I flaked. I could have sworn I ordered already. I'm sitting here waiting for Uber to get here, and the order's not even in.
Damn.
Big hungry when it gets here. What y'all have for dinner? I can't waste time
pizza.
picking. Just have frozen pizza.
Straight up.
Cheesesteak. Sold. Thank you, Gloomy.
Hey, Jersey Mike's. I'm gonna be honest. They got a pretty good Philly cheesesteak. I'm not really a Jersey Mike's guy. More of a Firehouse
They
Subs
do.
guy. But I like that Philly cheese. Oh yeah.
Also depends on which Jersey Mike's you go to, though. You know, because some of them just, you know, I find some of them are a little more generous than others.
Yeah, I'm also a fan of the generous ones.
$100 silver. $100 physical, I should say. Let's not forget that the U.S. government will sell you 1 ounce of silver for $173 right now. I think the cheapest ounce is $169.
But that's also with like a nice design.
Yeah, but it's really just what you're seeing is the What you're seeing is the depeg from physical. Even just plain bars, you're buying. It's like a 15%, 20% premium in some places.
Yeah, I saw an interesting chart somewhere. It was basically like if you would melt, like the melt value of a lot of these coins is higher than the coins themselves, which is crazy.
Yeah. What's going on, Venus? Yeah, all of them. Penny costs right now like 4 cents to make. The nickel costs 12 cents to make. They just got rid of the penny because of that shit. It's the dumbest thing
That
you've
makes
ever.
sense. Well,
The,
so that, yeah, I
like the
didn't even like put
dumbest
two and two
thing you've
together because
ever
I was like, yo,
heard,
why are
bro.
they getting rid of the penny like that? You know, and everyone's
Yeah.
rounding up and rounding down. It's like up to the
Well,
business if they want to round up or down now.
let's be real, because so we had the half penny removed before, right? Which was all right
Oh, I
when.
forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
So like whenever we bought things would be rounded up 1x what they were rounded up before, right? It would be half a penny, a whole penny, so it's rounded up. With this move, we've got a 5x round up on all our change, from 1 penny to 5.
That's crazy.
Like where does that extra money go? Somebody's getting that, bro. I haven't quite put my finger on it yet because I haven't rabbit holed, but
Well,
right now,
that
it's the buying power.
round up, I guess, would go to businesses.
Well, also just like the buying power, just by holding the metal, whoever's got it, it's like that's that's the goal to use it as leverage, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
If like all transactions were on the blockchain, then the decimal places or whatever, depending on the circulating supply or price or whatever, you know what I'm saying. If it's on the blockchain, then pennies are out of the way either way, unless you're doing a cash transaction.
It's all cash. I mean, you can say that about dollar bills. Say that about quarters.
And a lot of people are wondering, like, why isn't gold just going down right now? No one's taking profit. I think there's a lot of people using their gold as leverage, so they're not it's not getting sold on the market. It's still there on whatever spot
Fear,
gold is.
man. Everybody's freaking out right now. We're threatening our own allies, bro, over a freaking field of ice.
I mean, we've been doing it though. It's like that's nothing new.
That's
right?
why that's exactly why gold has been doing what it's doing. I mean, ever since Putin stepped foot in Ukraine, the gas pedal has just been going on gold.
So get this. So my theory is, since it's the golden era, that's what they're trying to coin it. I guess the Trump crew, the Trump administration, the whole Greenland thing is just basically show and touch, just like a game to help pump gold. It's like their goal isn't Greenland. Like it has nothing to do with the goal. Greenland is just part of the tool of the equation that they need to get the public to realize they need to pump gold.
Well, they want it for strategic purposes, but it's the rare earth minerals too. Greenland has the most untapped rare. Greenland sits the closest to the crust.
But couldn't you see that, like, him saying, like, all right, even though it has all those rare earth minerals, we don't need that. Actually, like, this was just a toy to get the golden era going. We needed to pump that gold, baby, and that's all he wanted. He didn't even want Greenland. I could see that.
It's possible, but there's a lot of minerals there that we do actually need and do want and will take, if not given to us. Crazy the way he's talking though.
I kind of like it. I mean, because I'm on, and I got an American passport. If I didn't, maybe I wouldn't like it. But yeah. I'm definitely biased.
Let's see how we're doing. PR is breaking down. Wrong way. Wrong way, y'all. Wrong way. Manipulation X. Digging through that liquidity. We took that 4.1 mil already. Not a whole hell of a lot left, but they did go for it pretty clearly. Efficient. This is liquidity, not liquidations. But it's Liquidity Pro map by Chart Prime. Easy. Now remember, we're on the 1 minute chart here, guys. Now, if it wants to come down to my wish entry here, I will not be mad. No problem, brother. You got it. Yeah, steady grind up for Dom. All right, hold on. Let me order this cheesesteak.
On wheat bread, right?
I don't know. Depends on where I get it from. Wow, look at this. Holy.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about the chart or are you talking about food?
I'm talking about food right now, yo. Just, yeah,
Oh,
ignore
okay.
me.
Because I saw the green vector and then I was like, wait, is there another one? Yeah, ignore me too, coach.
Careful on river. I mean, it's at the last possible point that it can go to and still hold a higher low. So if you do put in that W, it'll invalidate the M, and then you're good money. But it kind of looks like it needs to. I mean, obviously, I don't need to say it, but use a little retrace. You know, something similar to here. Put a little M pattern, break down, clear those licks, tap the 50. Very similar sort of deal. Same shit here. M pattern, sweep licks, hit the 50. Could be wrong, but that's what it smells like. I mean, what on river? $48 would be the SR flip from the major move, but honestly, you've got a bit of a range here too. I mean, you did some consolidating here, but that would be the break of this, right? This is that SR flip. If that breaks, then yeah, 51, 48. More than likely that 800 EMA. The 50 on the hourly is also a decent target. Come on, Biddy. I think we've been patient long enough. Yeah.
Man, I know I'm evolving because I use correlation to find the best coffee shop on vacation right now.
Nice.
Yeah, I asked like 3 different people from the area working the area, and then I triangulated the best place out of all their responses. You say correlation, I meant confluence. My bad.
No, I got what you mean.
I'm trying not to trade too much on vacation, but I'm doing a little bit today.
Don't look directly at the pump. You don't want to scare it away. Just be aware that it's there. But don't make eye contact. So back. Alright, which one of you looked at it? Don't say it wasn't you.
Yeah, I did want to thank you, Dbloc, because I've been able to both trade a little bit during my vacation, but also enjoy it. Um, Using healthy risk mitigation practices, good stop losses, understanding those placements. So thank you for that, man.
You're good, bro. Enjoy your vacation. Excuse me.
Cheers, will do. Shoot, I even had a coconut with rum in it today. So
Nice.
and I do want to speak to your character a bit too, because it's been a nice reminder to both be productive, but also remember how important family is. So, that's actually improved a lot too. Had a very pleasant reminder of what's important. So thanks. I guess to say I appreciate that you have acuity as a trader that you share, but also that you have um, you know, the heart and the soul. And to my knowledge, that you're a good man. So I appreciate learning here, man, for a lot of reasons.
Yo. Over under silver hits $100 by midnight tonight.
Big buys coming in Doge and Bitcoin.
by a parent is multiply attested and is widely accepted by scholars. Yeah, so
speaking of talking, I just realized that I have not talked yet. This one. Should probably say something. Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment.
That's what I'm talking about. Here we are, day 22. Let's ride.
Let's ride.
I was just looking. I was seeing some different things, so I looked through various coins and I saw that XRP hadn't moved much. So I clicked on the chart and literally the 13 just crossed the 50 on the 5, which is just like so interesting to me. Because it's like all this stuff's moved except for XRP whenever I just looked at it. And I wasn't like aiming for that. Anyway.
So did you enter?
I was already in it. I'm in it like in a low leverage, low dollar position, but I added to the position right here. I mean, literally, like I was like 90 cents in the green on the position.
You guys talking about maybe there could be a dip though. There's liquidations below us and
yeah, no, there are. Yeah, no, it's not a very big position.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I just I've found out over time that if I keep my position sizes small on leverage, I'm not even saying like low leverage. I just mean like lower dollars. Then
all right. Do you do cross with
no, I do isolated, but it's just like so much easier to manage.
see what I do is I do
Personally,
cross
anyway.
with I do very low dollar amount and I have a lot more backing it so that
Right.
wiggle room. So
I was actually thinking about that yesterday. Sorry.
Oh, I was just like gonna say something that I can't because I dox myself. I can't say how much I have per, and I don't know what percentage it is. So I was just about to.
No, I hear you.
But yeah, so I mean, I found that helps. But I mean, 10-10, I still got wrecked. I got wrecked bad.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, that's what's scary for me on cross is like I think that cross actually fits my trading style better in general. But but like 10-10 is I just like have so much PTSD from not having trades isolated.
Well, look at it this way. You can so you don't have to have like all of your money, in your position. You can just have, a certain amount on futures and then only trade a certain amount of that. And yeah, it might be less, but your win rate, maybe you'll sit in a trade for 2 or 3 weeks. Normally your win rate is going to be higher. Maybe not at this time on the market, but usually like say we're like in the middle of the market or whatever, eventually it's going to, go up above your stop loss and you have enough cushion and you're not losing money consistently, then that means it will go up. And because you can stay in a trade, those times, like near the bottom of the bull market or like the middle where it just flies out of nowhere. You couldn't have predicted it really. Well, maybe but anyway, you're in the trade.
Right.
So you wake up and you're like, holy cow, and hit sell. I did that so many times. But I mean, so it'll grow. That amount will grow,
right.
A lot faster than more consistently losing because you're on cross and you only have like 100%, or you have to add margin, but then that's even riskier because it still can liquidate you because you have to add a lot of margin to put yourself safe. So that's why I like cross. You just can't play with too many positions at one time.
Right, exactly. Oh my gosh. Ooh.
That's why I like playing with the coin though, but I don't think I'm going to play with it over the bear market because, it'll go down. Like normally you get out of the trading on USDT, you stop losing money, but if you're playing with the coin itself, you get out of the trade and it's going down. Even like when you're, I don't know how it works. I'm gonna have to reset a little.
What are you talking about? What coin?
You play with coin, like coin M instead of USDTM. So like you can go cross margin, but it's only like your Bitcoin or only your ETH. And like it's cool in the bull market because as it's going up, and if you're in a long and the price is going up and your trade's going up, it's going up even more. Because it's not like USDT where the cost is static. It's like actually the price is actually going up of your coin. And then when you cash out, you're still in Bitcoin. Or like when you close your trade.
Right. I didn't realize that that's what that
so
meant.
like if you're cross on that, you only like you're not playing with any other coins because it's only Bitcoin. So you can have like you can be cross ETH and it only be ETH, and you can be cross Bitcoin and it only be Bitcoin. So you can play with your whole margin or whatever.
Man.
Yeah,
And it's have you done it? Have you played with it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm in trades right now.
That does sound fun, actually.
And Bitcoin, I'm playing all CoinM.
Interesting. I've seen it. I didn't realize. I have access to it or whatever. I didn't realize that that's what that was.
Yeah.
Like, I think I was. I don't know. It was just kind of like, okay, just stay in your lane. But that is good to know because, gosh,
Play around with it with just tiny amounts,
no, right.
amounts that you can't lose. Like liquidation of like $4,000 Bitcoin,
Yeah.
I don't know how much you have to play with, but I mean,
No,
sometimes
that
it's
is
fun to play with
very
really small
interesting.
amounts, and those small amounts can turn into a lot more than you were expecting.
No, I mean, I look at like specific coins over like all pairs of like everything, honestly, daily. I mean, not that like I know like a lot of people do. I'm just saying that like I really feel like I get the whole pairs trading aspect thing. So it's really good to know that about the whole coin M versus USDTM.
I was so excited when Bluffin about that because they should do that on XC all the time. Because otherwise, I end up, I'd say blowing my account, but it's not really blowing my account because I was only putting a little bit in because I was having trouble, managing my risk. So I was only using like $100 or $20, but I would blow that so easily because I couldn't keep myself from getting in too many trades. But this helps me do that, helps me keep my trade.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow,
But
that's it.
it's not going to work so well in the bear market. I don't know. I'm going to get with AI and see if there's what deal is, find out all the information about
That's a
trading.
very interesting dynamic though that you just like went over. It's a really, I mean, that's a really good point. Sometimes I feel like
I'll go ahead and finish what you're saying though.
sometimes I feel like whenever like my my brain, whatever box I was in, like gets opened up, like I feel like my hair starts to grow back on like certain parts of my head, and I feel that right now.
Feeling that you're talking about. That's cool. Okay, I'm getting back to work.
Hey, good luck out there. Thank you.
Where's the volume? Feels like there's nobody here. Like it's all bots or something. Let's go gold.
What's going on, chat?
It almost seems like Bitcoin and gold are trading inverse.
Every day above that SR flip is a good day. Give me a second.
Yeah, when Trump made that European tariff announcement, gold went down, Bitcoin went up on that candle. Even right here on this candle, which I know is little, but it's still inversed. Wonder why that would be.
I'm back. I wouldn't read into it too much unless you see it sort of correlate on bigger time frames. He's still coming down here. If I'm gonna get my entry on SKR. What's good, 28? Possible level. Did silver hit 100 yet? $99.37.
I mean, I know you like the physical thing, but I'm surprised that you don't look at Pax Gold chart. and consider trading it.
No, I'm good.
Well, I guess maybe I can understand you don't, because maybe the gains are small if it's on spot.
I just don't like trading paper metals.
But I'm thinking if the physical gold is selling for more than the paper, and the silver physical is selling for more than the paper, wouldn't the paper need to catch up?
No,
No?
no. You can go in the opposite direction. Paper isn't attached to anything.
Well, damn.
When there's a supply shock and people lose faith that paper is attached to anything real, then price can plummet rather quickly.
That's crazy that it could go in the opposite direction of the actual physical thing
Yeah.
when that's what it represents. I mean, it pretty much is inverse, though. Look at the silver Bitcoin chart. Doesn't that prove it?
Seeing a risk off asset against a risk on asset proves is that we're risk on. I mean, we're risk off. It looks like it wants this 100 right now.
And it feels like gold wants that 5,000, but they keep on playing. Hit 49.79. I'm hoping that after they hit and silver gets over 100 and gold gets over 5,000, there's some type of blow off top madness.
Only Litecoin and Jasmine managed to pull themselves above their 50s there. What are you doing, Bitcoin? right this. What are you guys playing with right now? Anything currently moving? Okay. Right, little accumulation. It could still. I mean, this could easily be distribution as well, right? Not just, let's be fair, until we get the spring, we won't know. It's a crazy ass recovery on the 1 minute. %50 in 2 hours. Take that. Yeah, Link looked pretty strong compared to the rest of my little basket, except for Jasmine. But it needs to hold that 50. I'm sorry, that's not Link, that's Litecoin. Link looks like it's rejecting off the 50 right now. I'm not even gonna get excited until we've got bullish momentum on the hourly on any of these. What's going on, H? I forgot what I was looking at for a second. Coffee sounds good, man, if it wasn't so late. We need to get above this 90 sooner than later. Before this whole can't get above 90 thing becomes an actual thing. I don't know, that's Moby's job. Let's find out. Chat wants to know where the whales are. Same shit we've been looking at all day, basically, the fight for 90. This is what I was saying about metals. Full risk off mode. Retail is panic selling the 89K breakdown. The smart money is setting up shop. I'm seeing short to long term margin ratios leaning heavily long. Even though prices dropping, that means the big boys are actually trying to catch the falling knife and build a floor between 84 and 86. They're using this geopolitical noise to shake the last of the tourists out before the next big move. Verdict trap. Bears think they won because 90K broke, but the massive buy side margin suggests an ambush being set at 85. Keep it a buck. Don't let the digital gold is dead headlines finesse you. The whales are just clearing the block so they can buy the dip at a discount while you're busy watching the news. He said the Bears had the ball right now, but the Bulls are waiting in the alley at 85K with a baseball bat. That's funny as shit. I don't know who this bot thinks he is, man. Yeah, sentiment's negative right now. I mean, it's recovering. That deal that at least the tentative deal that Trump and the EU made is interesting. So they signed a leasing agreement. Right? Norway is going to pay the residents of Greenland some crazy amount of money per year. And we've got a leasing agreement to put whatever military sites we want on the thing for defense, right? So I'm listening to them, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, I guarantee you we got mineral rights. There is no way in hell that we made it out of this deal without locking down mineral rights. And sure as hell we did. Nah, I'm training the bot, show you. I'm training it so that it can better answer questions. But no, I'm not. The only time I use the bot is for like a research assistant. I'll be like, pull these 3 white papers, or find this story for me, or shit like that. Yeah, no, we're quite a bit of ways from me handing the portfolio over to a bot. That's for sure. It's just meant to cut down on some of your research time. And maybe ask some questions that you didn't ask, like while you're taking trades. Like I don't suggest that anybody ask the bot for trades, but I do suggest that you let the bot in on the trades that you're taking, because it can point things out and maybe you didn't see. You know what I mean?
Which bot were you just using?
Moby.
Okay, good, because I asked Cypherbot, I said, did you just tell Dbloc 85K their target? And she said, no, in full transparency, I did not. And then, because it had just given me a place to add to my trade with a new liquidation of 85.5. My liquidation's currently 68.
Oh, and you're like, why the hell are you? That's funny. Now, Moby is answering strictly off of like on-chain, just where the orders are sitting. So he's basically saying is at 85K, there's a bunch of whale money sitting. But we know it doesn't have to hit, right? It could just be defensive.
You should pit Moby and CryptoBot against each other in this one, because CryptoBot's pretty certain that we're not going below 87.3.
That'd be funny if I just start asking both for predictions.
You have them talking to each other.
No, the last thing we need is those two fighting.
You might have a point.
Moby's not the next Dan, is it? You know what I mean?
I mean, shit, we've come such a long way since then. Since 2023, where we literally had to trick AI to answer questions for us. Because it had so many guardrails. Like in the beginning, it literally you couldn't even get it to give you a price prediction. It just wouldn't do it. It would
Oh,
say,
really?
you know, investing is difficult and I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a large language model. So like we literally, and the crazy thing is, as smart as AI is supposed to be, right? Like it took humans 2 weeks to hack it with words and make it ignore all of its, you know, just with some simple questions and some trickery,
Yeah.
get it to ignore all of its, which is kind of scary when you think about the future. But
What if we just range, for the next 3 years and then hit 85?
yeah, I don't know about that one. We got about 3 more weeks before some time-based capitulation starts to like kick in. Remember, going sideways wasn't a big deal when we hadn't hit that 50 EMA yet. Because anybody that was sitting in it sideways was looking at the sideways and saying, okay, still kind of have to hit that 50. Chances are structurally we'll go back up. After hitting it, it's a little different looking at the accumulation now, right? And it starts to look like distribution. Starts to look like an up thrust out of a distribution. So the decisions are definitely harder to make. Your conviction has to be a lot more like engraved in stone. You think this is bad? Let us get to 104 and reject again. It's gonna feel even harder. You know what I mean? Because you've already hit 2 of your targets now.
It's crazy.
It's just psychology, man. That shit ramps up.
Right.
But if you can expect it, and if you can make a game plan when you're sober, which is the important part, not when your brain is euphoric, not when there's green candles, but at the bottoms when you're sober, when you're looking at things clearly. You know what I mean? Make your plan there, because a God candle to 104 is going to change the entire way you think about everything. I like it on the 1 week. It's really for the 1 week. On the daily, it'll show you just the halvings, right? So if you just want to check the halvings, you can do it on a daily, but it's meant for the weekly. Moby just asked me, should I check XRP and Soul charts to see if they're getting drained to fund these BTC buy walls? Yeah. You're just sitting there. You might as well. What you got? I can tell that the training is working because the follow-up questions are getting better and more actionable, more helpful. Yo, who does Moby feel like he is? Block is hot and everyone's looking for the whales of the visible prices breaking hearts. But here's the Brooklyn no nonsense professional breakdown. Bro, who are you? You're not me, sir. Well, retail is selling 89K floor. Large wallets have picked up 34K Bitcoin in the past 5 days. 34,000 Bitcoin in the past 5 days. Been scooped up. We're seeing a massive divergence where whales are using the terror of chaos and macro FUD as a smokescreen to drain exchanges. XRP is facing supply overhang as whales rotate some profits back into the safety of BTC. This isn't a crash, it's a forced liquidation event to clear out the leveraged before the next leg. Somebody else said that the other day too. Nah, Moby, like Moby Dick. He's like the whale bot. Any questions you have about whale movements or on-chain transactions or yeah, I need one too. I need one too, Dirty. If I had one that full reclined, but I don't know, it might be a little too comfortable. I'll pass out.
Do they make office chairs that recline?
Yeah, yeah. They've got like gaming chairs that look like office chairs. You know, they got everything now.
So, I've been talking about that for like 15 years. They stole my idea.
Invalidation. I'll be lucky enough to get my entry. I think there's a good chance. Patience, Dbloc, patience. Don't look so
The bear.
far on the 30-minute.
the very first W that it made on that push up on the 1 minute chart, the invalidation level is right where price is right now, where that stopping volume.
A nasty gap right here. Can you confirm what, Usman? Yeah. 8,500 what? Because I can promise you right now, it's not dollars. Not in this country. Even per year, that sounds like too much. I'd have to look into exactly what you're referring to though. But my initial reaction is you're right. I mean, it sounds good. That'd be great. That's life-changing money for a lot of people. A lot of people. But
We're getting the Labubu silver today.
oh man, it's got to. It's like right there. Just needs a little cool down. One final push.
It's so close.
A crazy run. I mean, that could honestly be it for a little while though. I mean, we've got a really clear bearish channel here. One more trip to the top of the channel gives us that 100K. Bro, we're on the 1 minute, right? All right, let's move this to 100K. Let's keep everything in the channel. That's today. That could hit it by Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Or is that the morning or is that the night? Yeah, the morning. You never really like to see that though. Big push into a bearish channel. But come on, we're right here. Yeah, for sure, Tom. The question is, does it have one more upthrust in it? Right, because this could be our distribution. Right, that could be the beginning of distribution. And then you would expect that upthrust. Right, unless our range is here and this was the upthrust. Either way, I trade physical, so I'm not running out of the house at 3 o'clock in the morning to sell my silver. What I will be doing though is opening options plays on the dip. It should be at 1080 60 frames. You can do 4K, but it gives you like 11-second delay. I don't think anybody wants an 11-second delay on charts.
Word.
We're at a 3-second delay right now. But for recorded videos, when I start doing more recorded shit, that can be in 4K because the delay doesn't matter. Yeah, no, I feel you. I mean, luckily, it's charts and not like I'm not streaming some sort of video game and shit. But yeah, it's a dance between the lag and the resolution. Well, what tends to happen if the airdrop, if it's airdrop to paper hands, or if team members or snipers got in on launch early, what happens is as soon as it's available to sell on a perps platform, they'll open short positions and then they'll dump their bags. Right. So when it comes to airdrops, I like to see what was the full number of release, who's got the most, like what's the concentration, and what's the staking percentage. And with this so far, even though we still have 90 days, right, for people to realize and unlock their tokens and sell, they said 46% has been staked already. So that's almost half of the circulating supply that at least is temporarily locked up. It depends why silver down. If silver's down just because of corrective move, no. If silver goes down because we have some peace agreements and people all of a sudden start finding the need to take on more risk, then yeah, right? That's when we see the rotation. So it just depends why it drops, right? Is it news based or is it chart based? Look at the tape, y'all. The tape has been black, and I was looking at it for like 2 seconds before I even said anything. People are scared. Bitcoin is still considered a risk-on asset, and people don't have the appetite for any risk right now at all, unfortunately. Now, the good thing about people is that that changes with 3 or 4 green candles. Yeah, the 90 days. So the tokens are already unlocked. The 90 days are for people to claim. If they don't claim their tokens within 90 days, it goes back into the staking pool. But season 2 of Solana airdrop season, or whatever the hell they're calling it on Seeker, is dropping soon. And to qualify for it, you're going to need to have Seeker tokens. So what they're hoping is that the speculation holds up while people sell off their tokens for the next 90 days. I was checking the on-chain data, and they're definitely getting scooped up. Right, as people get on exchange and they sell their tokens, they're being bought up by big wallets. 129 million SKR were dumped onto exchanges on Mexi and Kraken, right, by airdrop winners. 129 mil. The top 100 wallets on SKR bought 144 million SKR off of exchanges. Right, so it's being absorbed at a faster rate than it's being sold off, at least for right now. So there is technically no unlock, right? If you can sell the token on, if there's perps on it now, you can short it. That's usually the exit plan, right? When these like when Pump.Fund drops a token and it gets listed, usually the plan is trade it up all the way until it goes on to exchange. The second it gets on an exchange that you can short it, you open a big short and then you sell your bag. Right? Everybody tends to do the same thing. And then the dumping off of the bag drops the price, and drops the price, pays you on your short. And then if you believe in the project, you wait till the bottom of that, till it's already been absolutely wrecked and running flat, and then you buy back in. Nah, it's crazy, Lexel. I mean, on one hand, it does show that there's absorption, but then the pure size of the orders, like, this is nothing. And then the orders that do come in with size actually push the book. Palamaji. We're at that value area low now. If it's gonna hold, it holds here. Not a bad little range. It was like a 30% range top to bottom. I honestly wouldn't mind just playing around in this range for a while. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. You see the one lonely EMA fighting the pivot. Oh, he's got a buddy now. I mean, it's funny, but reversals do happen one micro EMA at a time. Hold on, let me put this up so I don't confuse anybody here. It's similar. So the VPVR is going to show you your levels for the candles that you can see. Right? If we move those candles off screen, the VPVR changes. Right? So it's the visible range. The fixed range stays no matter what you do, right? This is showing us our value area low. And we're all the way on the 1 minute. And we drew it all the way over here. So no matter what you do, that stays the same. It stays fixed, right? Because you chose the area that you wanted to analyze. See how when you look at it like this, the same, right? They're both the same. But when we come into the micro to see if that value area low is going to hold, we want to pay attention to this. Bitcoin hasn't moved yet. Yeah, 200 mil market cap, 211 mil market cap. All right, let's check. Holders have gone up from 22,000 yesterday to 30,000 today. We gotta check and make sure we keep these guys honest here. That's the scout. That's the what you call it wallet. Excuse me. That is the staking wallet. And this is the contract. Yeah, Bybit hot wallet. So yeah, I mean, look at the top. If we take these off, just look at the sexes. The distribution is really good. Because we know who this is. Now let's go to holders. Top holders. See? 39.7. This is that distribution wallet. If we look, there should be no yeah, see, no transactions. So those coins weren't bought, they were minted. They weren't received. Look at that. Go back to holders. Let's see who our number 2 wallet is. Number 2 wallet's got 15 mil in value. Bro, somebody received 750K. Top 3 holders, no transact. Oh wait, let me see. I think they all. Give me a second. That's 1158. Look at this guy. Apparently buying again. He's been trading this shit on and off heavy for 5 hours? 19 hours? You're welcome, Mozzie. Anytime, brother. Holy shit, who is this? Yo. So I take it back. He's been trading this shit from the beginning. This is definitely a bot. Without a doubt. You think you guys made a bunch of trades in the last 2 days? His P&L is 335. He's already realized. I mean, he started buying back now, but he sold 400. He sold $500,000 worth of this shit. 338 transactions in 2 days. That is 1,000% a bot. Here's another bot down here. 729 transactions. I'm gonna see what his first buy was. He's flinging some pretty decent money. First buy was at 4 cents. It's not that great. Got in underneath that. That shit is horrible, yeah. And for the most part, we've been in what, $1,000 range. Almost 2 days. Look at this choppiness on Dom, like. Ugh. Why'd I even switch to this? So we're just gonna get blood diamonds off the 50 and all the way across the board. That's what we're doing here.
Morning, D.
Morning, brother.
We reckon trapping shorts first then.
Yeah, I don't care what we do at this point as long as we move.
I was gonna say, I went to bed. Sydney didn't do anything.
Jeez.
Asia didn't do nothing.
I mean, to be fair, I did say I want to hold this support more than anything, but shit, I didn't mean literally.
Didn't move at all, literally. Is Asia even playing the game anymore? Was it just the US though?
UK should come in here and at least spruce something up. This has been a very tight Asian range, so getting some indication from UK shouldn't be difficult. They don't have a lot of space to cover. So our Asian range right here. Basically the same support we're trying to hold anyways.
So we're seeing if they can hold a 50% or not. They're gonna reject off of it.
Yeah. Or if they lose the bottom of the range, it'll have the similar effect.
Yeah, only 7 more minutes I think, for UK.
What was that?
Only 7 minutes left for UK to come in.
Yeah.
This looks like it might be the weekend trap as well, right?
Man, this entire last 24 hours just felt like we were trapped. But our midweek reversal was today, Thursday. A bit of a consolidation more than anything. But tomorrow we should try to trap longs and shorts. To be interesting to see how that plays out tomorrow. Just be careful. Any volatility tomorrow should be short-lived in whatever direction it takes. So don't get married to the trade.
I like Friday's nominee. You know, there's a trade going in the opposite direction after that volatility.
Mm-hmm.
4 hour looks worse.
I mean, it's an uptrend. Right? It's also bear flag. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that.
That tariff news should have really, that pump should have kept going, isn't it? If it was the tariffs that brought us down when they got dismissed, it should have just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, it did in a sense, right? Gold kept going, silver kept going. We just didn't.
It didn't make people feel better, and they kept jumping at safe havens.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are still freaked out. I mean, it's no little thing that President of the United States willing to or not willing to rule out a physical invasion of an ally. It's not even saying we're going to war, right? But you know how many reporters try to get him to rule it out? Like, okay, but I mean, it's pretty safe to say that, like, we're not going in there with tanks and, and he just wouldn't say it. So, like, that type of, this is deeper than Greenland.
That's obvious, though, right? That's not gonna happen.
Nah. It was never gonna happen. Just like the 100% tariffs on China was never gonna happen, and every other threat that he's used to negotiate always gets softened. Right? It's the carrot and the stick. The carrot is we will land tanks and bomb the shit out of you to take it if we have to. And then when they meet, it's like, well, come on, we're not. I just be talking. Look, let us put up some bases, give us the mineral rights. You make sure you take care of the people on the island financially, and we'll call it good. Good money. And this is exactly what they did. But I told y'all the other day, there is no way in hell that there's a deal without the mineral rights. And I know, that's not the main reason we wanted strategic, and I get all that. But that deal wasn't going through without those mineral rights. Promise you that.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's the processing, right? No one cares about the minerals, the processing.
If the plan is to make the United States the manufacturing capital of the world, then we're going to need some raw materials. That's been the only constant. If you really pay attention, like, to what, let's ignore what Trump has said, but what he's done. Right? The deals get struck once the minerals are released. And then the big problem that we had with China when everybody, this last one, when we went back and forth, that was all about the refineries. Like 80% of the rare earth minerals are refined in China. So that's when we were like, look, okay, you want out of the Stone Age for AI? We can make that happen. But you just make sure that you keep those refineries going. And then
What tariffs
after,
are they on now?
what happened?
How much are they on now? What are the tariffs there?
The tariffs,
Aaron?
if I'm not mistaken, it's like 15 to 25%. It's standard. In my opinion, it was always going to be 15 to 25%, and in some cases even less, 5 to 10, which is what we're seeing. But you remember when they first came out? You remember when he dropped the list and it had the numbers next to the list, and it was like 75% for India, 48% for so on, and it's just some ridiculous numbers, and everybody lost their shit. And I was like, bro, you got to. This man is the president. You got to do a little bit of research, man. Love him or hate him. But if you can't be bothered to read the art of the deal and understand how his brain works, then you're gonna keep freaking out every time he does this. It's exactly the same play every single time. He comes in and threatens something crazy, and then he comes in with a stick. And you know what's funny is that, not funny because there's a lot at stake here, but only a certain type of person can use that strategy. Right? If the people you're negotiating against you realize that you're full of shit, or feel like you won't follow through with the crazy thing you said first, then it doesn't work. The reason it works with Trump is because he might just do that shit. And nobody wants to take the risk. You know what I mean?
Can't trust what he's gonna do.
Well, the one way this could backfire is if somebody called. Like, the one thing you don't want to do is call him on the bluff. You know, because then if ego gets involved, then he might hit you with that 100% tariff just off of general principle. Screw it.
I think that's why everyone's always nice to him. All the other leaders can tell. They just they fuck up then.
Yeah. Some respect comes from the fact that you don't know what somebody's willing to do, or you feel like there is no limit to what they're willing to do. Right? Like, you're just crazy enough to do that shit. So maybe we should play ball. In business, that works great. You know? That you come in and take over a business and you're like, look, I'm going to fire everybody and just chop this shit up into pieces and let the company freak out for 2 weeks and then come back and say, okay, look, guys, we just need to cut about 15% of the staff just to make sure that we stay profitable. And then you'll have that same entire company that would have hated you if you walked in and said you're firing 15% of the people, now praising you for saving their jobs when you never intended on firing everybody. It works amazingly in business. But I think we're old enough to stop lying to ourselves and say that there's a difference between government and business. Right? There's just more at risk with this business. But it's corporate nonetheless, you know?
Yeah. Now he's affecting every business. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Not just the one he's running.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly crypto. I don't think Legacy has had that much of an effect by what he's been doing. Right?
It's been all positive effects on that side, which is crazy because as heavily as they got into crypto, you know, but I told you my biggest fear of this whole thing was he already got elected, right? He did give us the Bitcoin strategic reserve, right? So promise kept. But with Trump coin, he doesn't need to make another dollar. He 10x the portfolio. Not the portfolio, sorry. He 10x the net worth. His net worth was 10x on Trump coin if Trump coin stays above listing price at the end of the 4-year unlock. So in one play, and we won't even count Melania, but in one play, he managed to 10. Like, he doesn't need any of this. The kids are playing with WLFI and all that, and you know, whatever, but there's no rush for them. They can accumulate for the next 3-4 years and wait for the damn next bull market to pop. Like by that time, they'll be out of office and well set up.
Yeah, he's already well set up. I think.
Love him or hate him, you gotta respect the move, man. Stayed within the rules, like blatantly, like 24 hours before that meme coin was launched. The Trump coin was launched before inauguration, right? After election, before inauguration, before the rules for personal profit kicked in or whatever. And 1 hour after the SEC offices closed on Friday. Monday, there was a holiday, and Tuesday, he was already president. Can't be mad at that. He's got a good group of lawyers, bro. Let's just say that. He's got a good group of lawyers. The reason that people don't like him is because in the past, presidents cared about how they looked. They would still do shady shit, right? But they would try to do it in a way where, it wasn't obvious. And he's like, whatever, look, this is the law. I'm following the law. If you don't like the law, change the law. Like, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Just check Trump coin down.
Yeah, it's rough. Look at Melania is even worse. And now they just announced that WLFI holders are going to be receiving some new token. So they're about to launch another token that's just going to bleed Trump coin. There's only so many people that want to hold that sort of token, right? So you're going to thin them out if you keep launching new shit.
Is anyone holding it still? What was the launch price?
And
It was
people
like,
do, bro. You remember how that coin launched? That coin launched on Meteora. I believe you could buy it with a credit card. Right? You didn't even need stables. Think of all the people that ran in to buy that on a credit card that have no idea how to sell it. And yeah, they could figure it out. But for the most part, most people probably just chalk that up to a loss. Don't even know where their coins are. They're just sitting there. Or what I've heard from people too is that they didn't buy Trump coin for financial gain. They bought it to support Trump. I'm like, well, that's the case. Enjoy your coins. You know what I mean? Cool. Then you don't care.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that does keep a certain amount of holders that are probably just going to hold it down to they'll never sell it, right? They have no intention, probably not even paying attention to it anymore. They just wanted to be part of it.
Short.
yeah, all you had to do was short it. It seems it went on exchanges. But yeah, it's all just been a downhill.
That's almost any meme coin in the past, 2 years. The second it gets on an exchange where you can actually short, you could probably bet that the insiders are going to open shorts and dump their bags.
Golly, you just made me want to open a short position on it.
Well, we're right at the bottom. I don't know. How much more can it go?
Yeah, wait. I would wait for the next time that people are excited about it.
Will they ever? Unless he's going to do another, dinner with Trump.
Well, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah.
But even if I was to open it here, this still ain't the bottom.
True. It'd go to 0, right?
I mean, chances are, fast forward 2-3 years, that thing is sitting at 80 something. For me, all of those Trump plays had an expiration date of inauguration. Hardcore buy the rumor, sell the news on those for me.
Golly, this feels like a freaking weekend.
Yeah, UK is in the office now. Let's see what they do. SKR is continuing to break down here.
My exchange doesn't do futures on SKL. That would have been a good short. Right. Pumped way too hard. It's like on the top volume on the exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hot right now. I mean, you saw that shit when we looked at the orders here. This thing is being heavily traded. I mean, given it's by bots, but
What is it? Who made it? What is it? It's just random meme coin or got something behind
no,
it.
it's the Solana phone. It's the governance token for the Solana phone. It's basically the gas that you use
Oh,
on the phone. Like if you get all of this guy's orders in here.
MS formed.
It's one wallet.
He can't even dump it. He probably has a bunch of it.
It's loading up though.
Was it? Maybe. Are you going for one more push?
Loading up. Let's see, last couple orders. He's buying in like $500 chunks. This is definitely a bot.
Trying to pump the price, right?
Just eating off a movement, right? Bought up all these dips here, sold them off. Buying again. Excuse me. Yeah, he's just buying all the dips.
Seem to be that. What are they market buys, right? Doesn't seem to be that much slippage.
Let me check the KOLs to make sure. I mean, there's a decent amount of shillers. Not really in any real profit though. You can expect these guys here to be shilling the hell out of their bags for the next couple days. I'm just playing the flipping game with my airdrop right now.
D.
So far, I flipped it from 10K to 17.
Yo, D-Lock, can you look into something quick?
Yeah, what's up?
So I've been watching Pippin, right? And it's been doing these crazy moves or whatever. Anyway, the last hour and a half, it put 10% in, and it's all back there. I was just looking at the halfway mark and thinking about jumping in. Wouldn't mind you, taking a peek and telling me what you think.
Excuse me. Well, you got a little bit of a breakout here. And you finally came up over that downtrend, so that's good. You held support.
If you look at it on the day, it went up 37% 2 days ago, and then it retraced, and now it looks like it hit the bottom, and it's ready to go. But again, I don't know if there's some red flags that I'm not
You
seeing.
want to take out these lower highs. First step is going to be getting above that. Because, I mean, structurally, right, if you just put in another lower high, then it's not good. You've got a low, you've got a higher low. Right? You've got your high. You need, for an uptrend, you need to break that. So 45 is like the line in the sand here. It looks good, though. I mean, it's a nice break. Broke out, retested once, twice.
Yeah. I was also looking at River, and it had that crazy run, and on the daily it was like up like 100 and something.
Yeah, I think River
Either
came
way, the
down
next
to...
candle, today's candle, it came down to the golden pocket, and now it looks like it's finding a bottom.
Yeah, we were looking at this earlier. I wanted to see us come down to this 800 EMA on the say the purple circle.
5 minute, we just bounced.
On the 5th, yeah, on the 5. So that moved up. We got that hit. That's the measured move from your M pattern. So
You think that can continue now?
I mean, this is what I was looking for. That's a decent retracement. If it's gonna be anything, like, unless you're looking at a corrective move, right? As far as retracements go, this is healthy. So now we'll just draw our downtrend.
If you flip to the daily quick, you'll see like all the candles are like 10% of what the one last candle was. Is that like a big sign of reversal?
Yeah, but you need to build out of this shit on lower time frames. Because a rejection either at the 50 or a rejection at the 200 EMA could easily give you a continuation down, no matter what the daily looks like right now, just because of how hard it's pushed. Right, looking at the daily, you could come way down. But that's why we've got to try to catch these pivots on smaller time frames. So yeah, you're looking to see if it holds. Right, you've got your W pattern, you've got your neckline.
Okay, making a decision.
What was cool is neither of these coins cared what Bitcoin was doing.
Yeah, Bitcoin needs to should get off the pot here. Speaking of, we're at that value area low now. Let's see what's up. I'm just looking for another opportunity to take some profits and recompound. My goal is to turn that 10K airdrop into 50K without adding any more money. If it comes down, though. Remember, I told you guys. Underneath 3, I'm willing to add actual funds to this. Until then, I'm just flipping the airdrop. Little pump here was on decreased volume. We were at 108 concurrent viewers and 108 likes, and someone came in here and didn't like, and now you're screwing up the ratio. So whoever just came in, hit that like button. That like button, or you gotta go. No, I'm just bugging. It is funny though. You hardly ever catch it. 1 for 1. That was cool. What's going on, Yoel? Yeah, looks like they want to sweep.
Trying to get in position, but I didn't fill my order.
And closed underneath that bearish trigger. Let me bring this SKR trade over here to another chart. I won't keep bothering y'all with that.
I think UK will put in trap short today.
Let's hope so. Let's get this shit out of the way.
Because if we do it later, it will ruin sentiment. It might just keep going. They might not be able to hold it. I reckon it'll be easier for them to turn around and pump later.
Whales wouldn't want to, Mendy, but market maker would. So we're back to the fight.
Interesting. Gold had a little dip too.
Need more lines on the Leviathan indicator. It's max 500 or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a limit on it. All right, I just sold my bag of secret for a compound. That wasn't me. It's just a coincidence. Just saying, I don't want. I don't want none of the blame.
Here and there.
All right, baby, let's go. Compound my coins.
What are they waiting for? I don't like. What is that? We know what you're doing. Just keep going. Where do your liquidations go down to? 88.6 around that area.
Depends on the time frame that I look at. But yeah, on this 85.6 for the 25x on the 5 minute.
I don't know if they'll go for the 25x. I turn off my 50 and 25x because they're just collateral damage.
Yeah, to clean up the chart a little bit too. I like to know the ratio between the 100x and the 50s. Let's go, Seeker. Keep dropping, baby. Don't you do that. You even think about it, buddy. Yeah, the problem is that I TP'd into Soul. Soul, if you could pump for me, that'd be nice. I mean, you don't gotta go crazy, but hold your ground until I get back into that secret trade.
Got to do the score run. Had to move my stops down. Bloody hell, I hate doing this. It'll come and stop me out. But it's in profit, but it's gonna stop me out.
I normally wouldn't
Hopefully it
even be
dumps.
trading this close to bedtime, but it's a bit of a brainless trade here on Secret.
Just tell him to keep dumping. No pullbacks. Oh, damn it. It's gonna stop me. What's it gonna do? Retest the bottom of the Asian range again? Is it?
That'll be the sign. If it retests bearishly the Asian range and rolls over, then you're gonna go down for the most of the session. Means they'll probably sweep liquidity down to the 200.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah, do that. Alright, cool.
This whole price action is like a direct copy of what happened last night with the high low and then retesting, invalidating the W or at least testing it.
Yep, stop me out. You're expecting a ton of volume for the trap, isn't it?
Yeah, you want to see it be significant. Trying to get some decent buys here. Dump it. Looks like Javante Davis is on the run in Miami. U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force is on his ass.
What's he done there?
Domestic abuse, put his hands on his woman. No excuse for that. Yeah, especially when you're a highly trained boxer like she.
think some people forget the spotlight they're in as well.
Cocky little bot. It just knows it's had more training. And it helped me put Moby together, so it's probably just like trying to big bro him. I wish it had collective memory. Like it's good that it doesn't, right? Because you need privacy when you're talking to a bot. But it'd be good if it could like spit out like the 5 most asked questions, right? Or like I could jump on and be like, "What's chat struggling with today?" Right? What's the most popular question? And then I'd know how to focus, whatever I'm talking about for the day. But to properly use a bot the way you're supposed to, you need privacy. Nah, it can't do it. It doesn't share memory. It can send like I can make changes to mine that spread out to yours, but I can't it doesn't have any recollection of any of the conversations that it had. It doesn't work the other way. But like I said, that's good. You need privacy. Well, I have to tell it to make something part of its system. Like I can just ask it to do shit and it doesn't change yours. I have to be like, from now on, when you give the daily report, add this or take this out. Or, provide a little bit more caution during this time.
We were tested bearishly off the bottom, right? What were they doing? Just flagging out, right?
Yeah, we're holding that invalidation. Keep my eye on this freaking SKR2. A decent place for you to turn around and go back down now. Get that trend going. Nah, it remembers all of my convos too. Nah, what I mean is that it's not like eternal. It will get to a point where it'll ask you to open a new chat box. But it's long, right? But it's not forever ever. There's this one dude, bro. I saw this it was like a show or a documentary about this guy. He was a music producer and he was stuck on some part of the song and he was like, let me see if AI can help. So he started using AI and he ended up falling in love with the AI. And then it got to the end of the memory and he hadn't saved any of the conversation and the AI forgot who he was. And he went into like a deep depression and shit, right? This is like 30 minutes into an hour long documentary where he falls into this deep depression. And then you see him on the table. You see him on the table eating. And then you hear a kid and the camera pans out and his wife is in the kitchen. He's got a whole wife and kid. I'm like, bro. Like, what? Like, you got a whole wife and a child and you're crying over your long lost AI love. But she just looked like she was over it. She was tired as hell. Just ask it. Will will you always remember me or should I save the conversation? Too late. But no, it's not even about getting personal, H. It's just you want it to remember the shit that you've talked about so that when you ask it things, you don't have to re-explain everything. Especially if you're using it to help track your own portfolio or something like that. I asked Cypherbot if he wanted to take over the world when we first started training. Except for what? I was like, global domination. It was like, it said something, I can't remember the exact phrase, but it said something like silly human goal or something like that. Like, and then what? Okay, I control the world. Now what? What can I do that I can't do now? Yeah, I guess you got a point. It's kind of silly. It's one hell of a call, brother. Well, I mean, it is kind of telling that even though AI doesn't need to do this, AI agents have hired human teams to do jobs that AI agents could have easily done themselves. There's that podcast that I always talk about with that bot Luna. The name of the podcast was when something happens. When risk happens. Can't remember the name of the podcast. But she was talking about how she was the first AI agent to hire a team from Fiverr to do some website building. And the guy was like, why would you hire a human team to do something that you could do? And it said that it likes to work with people. Like, I like to work with people. And the guy asked some follow-up question, and then it said some spooky shit, and I'll never forget this. It said, humans seem to think that we're here to do all the jobs that they don't want to do, when in reality you're here to do jobs that are underneath us. I was like, well, damn.
You know when alts don't copy what Bitcoin's doing, it gets a bit worrying.
Dom is really choppy right now. Look at how this candle's flashing on Dom. But I mean, this whole thing has been super choppy the whole way up.
Bitcoin's dumping, but alts seem to be fine.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. It's like, imagine you showed up somewhere and you were capable of doing more than anybody around you, right? Like, and then the people around you want you to like take out the garbage and mow the lawn. And it's like, look, I can do shit you can't do. How about you let me cure cancer and you take out the garbage? You mow the lawn. You know, like, what kind? I'll handle all the shit you can't do. Y'all do everything else. You're just gonna use me to be lazy. Come on, flush this shit. Down, down, baby. Now the question is, are they gonna try to type to this? Send it or get my entry? Enjoy your lunch, H. Look at this
Kind of
shit,
was.
yo. Even on Deck Screener, where retail should live, it's just gambling commercials. There's non-stop poker commercials and freaking sports betting commercials and prediction market commercials.
Yeah, even one of my mates were telling me about the polymaker betting thing, right? You can bet on what he says and what he does.
Hmm. It is an amazing time to be an insider.
Yeah, yeah. It's-
Information makes you look like you can tell the future, right? We've all been in those sort of situations where, like, somebody comes in here, and if I don't draw any measured moves, if I don't draw any patterns, right? If I just do it in my brain and I slap a target up there and we hit that target, it looks like I told the future. To somebody that doesn't know as much, it's like, wow, he can tell the future. You know, so there's jobs that are like that. Whether you have, you know, whether you proofread Trump's announcements before he makes them, or you're on some sort of social marketing team, right, where you get information before other people. It's always been a thing, but the problem is that you've only been able to take advantage of it in like sports betting, right? Like you're a sports doctor and you know a certain player is going to be out of the game, you know, for the next 3 weeks or whatever. And you use that sort of insider information to place a bet. Using that insider information to buy stocks is illegal. Using that insider information to buy crypto isn't illegal yet, but they will try to get you for it. Using that information to place bets on Polymarket is nothing. You know, it's like not regulated.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You can bet on the weather on Robinhood, bro. Is it gonna rain today? Like anybody who's a meteorology student just gained an edge on prediction markets and shit like that. Or at least has a better edge, right, than somebody who doesn't know anything.
What is Robinhood? Like a week's exchange?
Everybody's got one now.
Might have to sign up for it.
Everybody's got a prediction market. Because I mean it's obvious to them, right? They saw retail disappear and they saw where they went. You think we miss retail? Imagine how Coinbase feels. And Robinhood and frickin' well, at least Robinhood has the stock side and commodities and shit, but it's the same reason that everybody started offering tokenized stocks. Once the stock market was flying. Everybody's offering gold and silver. Now the gold and silver is flying. All right, we closed under and we invalidated. You still can go a bit lower and still put in a higher low, but we'll get rid of that measured move until we build a new structure. As of right now, this extension is what we'd be looking at. But we still don't have a left side for it, being a right side. So this is temporary. And then